St John's International. Our first hop from North America into Canada on our return journey from Buenos Aires to the UK. The last hop was actually really good. So the plan was to go from Raleigh into Saint Pierre with St John's International as our alternate, just in case en route we had really good fuel efficiency and were able to extend to St John's as our alternate. If not, we would have taken our ETOPS alternate, which would have been before we got to Saint Pierre. However, winds aloft were so good. In the pre-flight planning the night before, had seen that the winds aloft looked like we might be able to get a 40 knot plus tailwind if we increase the cruising altitude, well, the cruising flight level I should say, up above 300. And not only did we get 40 knots plus, at times it was up to 50 knots. So by the time we got to Saint Pierre, we actually had enough fuel to cancel our IFR and continue on to St John's. In fact, I was getting confused because the VOR Yankee Yankee Tango and the airport Charlie Yankee Yankee Tango were showing up as only 11 nautical miles distance from where we were at Saint Pierre, and I thought that it was further than that, so I didn't think we had made it as far beyond Saint Pierre as I thought. But anyway, that means that it gave me the confidence when looking at the flight plan that we were going to submit from St John's to get us back across the North Atlantic into the UK. We could probably be a little bit more ambitious. So the original plan was to pretty much just reciprocate the journey that we did on the way out to Buenos Aires, which was we went from UK up to the Faroe Islands, across to Iceland, across to Greenland, and then across into Canada in multiple hops. And I spoke earlier in one of the previous videos about the fact that I'm inadvertently, I just didn't realise that where I was putting max cruise into Simbrief for the flight planning, thinking that it meant, you know, our maximum cruising efficiencies, it was actually just max cruise speed. What's the fastest we could go? We just burnt up loads of fuel, which meant that our hops are only like 3 to 4 hours, which had me so confused because the King Air should be able to do at least 1,800 plus miles on a single stint, as long as you've got favourable winds and what's the word I'm looking for? Favourable winds and weather conditions and temperature conditions and loadout, etc., etc. And we weren't getting anywhere near that. We weren't getting above like 700, 800. Anyway, all of the journeys on the way back have been with max range in Simbrief. Finally figured out there was an alternate, and it was a much better alternate option. So we've been extending them to way above 1,000 nautical miles per stint, 1,200, 400. So the last stint then gave us like about 1,500 nautical miles in total on that leg. So now, instead of going back from Canada into Greenland, into Iceland, where we were already hoping to be able to forego the Faroe Islands and just extend and go straight into the UK. This time we're going to be a little bit more ambitious, and we're going to go back via a North Atlantic track. So we're going to go straight across North Atlantic, completely forego Greenland, Iceland. It does mean though that we need to give special consideration to what our alternate would be if for any reason we have to divert away from our destination, which is going to be Shannon in Ireland. So instead of hops into the UK, we're going to go straight into Ireland, and then that just leaves us one final, maybe like a 90-minute flight from Ireland either directly to Bristol for the Castle Combe round of the Historic Sim Racing Organisations event, or into Wolverhampton Halfpenny Lane, Pound Green, which is my home airfield. But anyway, that's quite exciting for me. So this flight will be almost 7 hours, but because of that, and because we won't be going overland and having those options in case we have an in-flight emergency, our alternate, our ETOPS extended twin engine operations alternate en route is actually going to be Les Ors. So let's get this show on the road. The time right now is, in local time, St John's, it's 06:57. It looks like a beautiful morning. UTC of Zulu for me, time is 08:57. Is it 08:57? Yeah, 08:53. I've got this flight scheduled for a 09:25 or 09:35. Let me double check what I've got in my briefing. Let's see. I don't want to make anything up and misinform you. Okay, so that's upside down and needs to be, let me just make one tiny change. My kneeboard orientation is wrong. It's upside down. So I need to rotate it. Need to rotate it 90 degrees. Actually 180 is what I need to rotate it. Okay, let's see if that works. No, 180, I was right, 180 was too much. Let's go back, abort. Need to rotate it 90 degrees counter. No, 90 degrees clockwise, is it? Or is it 90 degrees counterclockwise that I need? Let me have a look. Degrees clockwise is what I needed. Let's see, that fixed? Yeah, okay. Now we're in business, that's fixed. So let me go back to where I was in the briefing. So we have a scheduled departure, 09:25. So that gives us 30 minutes to get through pre-flight, and I'm hoping that now I'm a little bit more comfortable, proficient, familiar in the black square analog steam gauge King Air, that we can get through all of that pre-flight in 30 minutes. So welcome along for the ride. What I'll probably do is speed up this again for the highlighted version, and then probably you can sit through all my fumbling if I do the extended version. So let's get to our checklist. First of all, actually, let's fill out details in our flight briefing. So we have estimated £3,611 of fuel on board, and it's not an estimate. We have £3,611. We're fully loaded with fuel. Payload is estimated at £460. We have 411. Time right now, as I said, is 09:58. So that's going to be our actual. Well, once we get power on, but I'll put that. That's our actual out time. 09. So that looks like a 6. I need to also figure out a way to get the knee board captured so you can see what I'm looking at and writing. So 09:58. Because as it is, all you see is me looking down into the corner of the cockpit and probably wondering what's so interesting down this corner. So anyway, 09:58. So let's start. Let's get to the checklist. Once you've got power, you can look at the checklist on the 750. It's much easier to go through in cockpit than it is to keep looking down at this manual checklist I've got to keep looking at. So before I start, pre-flight inspection is done. There's that guy standing at our 7 o'clock that I'm really conscious of wandering around the airplane. But pre-flight inspection complete. Emergency lights, we'll put them. We'll put them on. It's not night, but it's a little bit dark in the cockpit. Air stair doors locked. Emergency exits are unlocked. Cabin loading is complete, and the seat belts and the harnesses are secure, otherwise known as by VR. And the parking brake is set. Yeah, it's still set. And control locks are removed. Yep, they are. And standby and cross-speed barrels are at off, and auxiliary transfer pumps are at auto. Pilot circuit breakers are all in. I'm going to keep my eye out on the co-pilot ones because they're the ones that usually pop whenever I make an error in the engine stuff, but it's usually fiddling around with my point controllers that sometimes, for whatever reason, they're a little bit too sensitive for me, or the lights interfere with the LED and it flicks the right condition lever instead of up into high idle from low idle into cut off, and that just seems to pop the center pedestal and overhead light and the cabin temperature fuses. But anyway, back to where we are. So battery bus is at norm. Let's check that one more time. Yep. Excuse me. And the gang bar is down. External power is off. Avionics master is off. And the auto ignition is off. AC inverters are off. Bus sense and bus ties are at norm. Engine anti-ice is off, and all of the other anti-ice switches are off, and the actuators are at main. Starters are off. Auto feather is off. Landing gear is down and locked, and we'd be in trouble if it wasn't, since we are set on the ground. Exterior lighting is all off, and ice protection, as we said, is all off. So prop sync is off. Power levers are at ground idle. Let's just move that forward a little bit. Out of reverse first. Okay, they're at ground idle. And condition levers are at cut off, but prop levers can go to full forward. Prop, not. See, that's what I mean. Little moments like that where it does something I'm not expecting because I've grabbed the wrong lever. Okay, The flaps are up and indicating as up. Friction locks are all set. Trims are centered. That's going to go. I need to set the. Let me set an altitude so that autopilot doesn't put the trim into recline or descent when we get some power going. Okay, and Oxyman drop handle is pushed off. Passenger oxygen is pulled to on. Cabin pressure is in the press mode. Weather boost and electric trim are coming on. Okay. Cabin master is off. Cabin lights will leave them off for now. And cabin accessories, we're going to leave them off for now as well. No smoking, and fasten seatbelt sign is coming on. There's no smoking on this flight anyway. Vent blower is at low. Bleed air valves are going to go to environment off. And vent blower, we said already, is at low. Yep. And cabin temperature, we'll leave that as desired at the moment. And cabin temperature mode is going to stay at off for now. Aft blower, we're going to leave that as off for now. Electric heater is off. Oxygen pressure above 50 psi. Yep. It's hard to see that. And when we get to alternate static air is at normal. Co-pilot circuit breakers are, as we said earlier, in. Lighting master, we'll leave that off for now. We don't need any cabin lights. And windshield wipers are at off. Co-pilot light, cockpit lighting, I should say, we'll leave it as desired. We're fine for now. Microphone switches are at norm. And now battery master can come on, and it is 0905. Okay, so I need to go back and change my out to 0855. I put local rather than Zulu. But anyway, battery master is coming on. Check battery volts. Battery volts are at 23. Test annunciators. All light tin up. Cabin temperature is quite cold at the moment. You can see over here. It's -1 degrees in here. So we'll get some heating going on pretty soon. And fuel quantities are checked. So speaking of which. Okay, so engine start, and we'll get some temperature going in here for people. Just checking, okay, he's still there on our left. So let's put the beacon light on to give them an indication that we're about to start. Let's call clear prop on the right. Gen tires to man close at night. Right starter can come to start. We're going to watch the NG as it gets above 12%. Turbo prop will start to rotate. I'm going to wait for it to get to 20% before we move the right condition lever to low idle. Watch the ITT. Has doesn't move, so something's happened. Oh, it's gone. See, it did that, it went back to low idle, so let's do that again. I mean, it went to cut off. Low idle, there we go. So I'm going to use the mouse now. So we want to make sure it doesn't go above 1090, that's checked. But just there you saw, that's why I'm very wary of using the controllers through the engine start, and I'll probably use the mouse to make sure that we don't go into low idle by mistake. But anyway, so right start to start, low idle, ITT is less than 1090, temperatures and pressures are in the green for oil. The right starter can come off as we're past 50 mg. The right oil and fuel pressure annunciators are extinguished. Right generator can go to reset and then on. Right. I'm going to do that one more time, because that just happened way too quickly and it went back to off. So I might use the mouse for this again if this doesn't work. Okay, so slowly. It's at on, we want it at reset, then on. Right DC gen annunciator is extinguished. Gen load should be at 10 to 50%. Let's make sure that it's on right gen. Yeah, 10 to 50%. Volts 28 volts, and battery amps are positive. Right condition lever can now come to high idle. Going to use mouse. I don't want to accidentally go to a cut off. Watch the ITT, it's stable, it's still around 590. Check, see where the marshals are. Ground, okay. Cool. Clear prop on the left. Left starter can come to on. Again, we'll watch the NG go above 12% and the turbo prop will start rotating. We'll wait for it to get to 20 and then we'll go low idle. Do it again, low idle. We'll watch the ITT, ensure it doesn't go above 1090. Below 900s, no hot start. Good, good, good. Oil temps and pressures are in the green. We'll wait until we get to 50 mg. We're there. Left starter can come off. Left oil and fuel pressure annunciators are extinguished. Right condition lever can come to low idle. Going to do that with the mouse. So we're going to cut off. Left generator can then be reset and on. Left DC gen annunciator extinguished. Left generator load 10 to 50%. Let's check. Okay, the mouse is still active. Try that again. Okay, mouse is trying to interfere. So 28 volts, batteries are positive. Gen ties are at norm. Okay, annunciators, test and consider. Tested and considered. Make sure that the weather radar is at standby. It is. Okay, good, good, good. We can now move on to before taxi. So fire detectors, cycle on and denunciators, observed, check. Gear handle light. Okay, VR just shifted on me. So gear handle light is tested, stall warning is tested. Gen ties to open. Gen ties enunciators are illuminated. Let's make sure that center volts match battery volts. So battery volts 28. Center volts at 28. Bus sense now to test. Gentai enunciators still illuminated. Gentais back to norm. Bus sense to reset. Gentais enunciators extinguished. Check triple fed volts 28. Bleed air valves coming open. This is one step I kept missing whenever we had to reset and start lined up on the runway, because although the Microsoft Flight Simulator co-pilot sister checklist said it had done everything, it hadn't managed to configure the King Air, so they were off and it meant cabin pressures weren't being set and were managed, and cabin oxygen had to be deployed. It happened 2 or 3 times before I figured out what was happening. Okay, pneumatic pressure is in the green, gyros are in the green. Good, good. Temperature mode can now go to auto. And we'll start to see that climb from the 0 degrees that we have at the moment. We'll leave the temperature as desired. It should bring it up to 21 degrees C. We're going to put the electric heat on because it's cold in here. Cabin master is going to come on. We'll put the lights to dim, and we'll put on all the cabin accessories, like I'm calling it coffee, entertainment, USBs and stuff, so people can start to feel a little bit better about themselves sitting back there in the cold. Check gyro was green. AC inverters can now come on. AC bus enunciators have extinguished. AC bus at 400 Hertz and 120 volts. Weather radar, we checked that off. It's in standby. That's good enough. Avionics master can now come on. Don't want to fry this guy in front of us. Remote compass is showing about 175 degrees. Check, so it's slaved and aligned. Flight instruments, we can now set them. So let's get the local airport information. So elevation is 461 feet. So that's not showing 461 feet. And local altimeter is 3004. That's why. So 3004. So check. Now the flight plan waypoints is locked. So we'll need to remove that. So is this? Let's import the flight plan we're looking for, which is this one. Let's activate it. We are good. Autopilot is already engaged. Let's disengage it, but you can see it's put us into a descent. Let's put the trim back. Centered. Okay. Let's tune the ATIS.
St. John's Airport information, Echo 09er 00 Zulu. Wind tree 27 at 11. Visibility 15. Sky condition, few clouds at 1,800 feet, few clouds at 4,600 feet. Temperature -1. Dew point 10. Altimeter tree 0.04. ILS runway 29er in use. Landing and departing runway tree 4. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have echo. St. John's Airport information, Foxtrot 09er 00 Zulu. Wind tree 27 at 11. Visibility 15. Sky condition, few clouds at 1,800 feet, few clouds at 4,600 feet. Temperature -1. Dew point 10. Altimeter tree 0.04. ILS runway 29er in use. Landing and departing runway tree 4. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Foxtrot.
Out of 0.
St. John's Airport information, Foxtrot 09er 00 Zulu. Wind tree 27 at 11.
Great, okay, good.
Visibility 15.
We can now change
Sky condition, few clouds at 1,800 feet, few clouds at 4,000.
And we can set Unicom on COM2. And we'll monitor it. Let's get back to our checklist. So that's flight controls are free and correct. Radios are set, audio is set, instrument flags are checked, exterior lights, let's put on our tail flood, we'll put the strobe on, actually leave the strobe on and blind the guys over here, but we will put on our navigation and recognition. We'll test the brakes in a second because I want to load the departure. And it's going to be runway 29. load that runway 29 departure. We're going to go in and for flight planning, let it use sensors for data. For fuel planning, let it use sensors for data. And we'll let this use sensors for data as well. We'll check our flight timer, and you see it's got trip time at 8 minutes at the moment. Departure time it has 10:14 local, which is fine, which is 09:15. So that's the time it has captured for our out. Let's do it from power on. So let's go back and change that. To 09:14. Okay, we can now go back to the checklist. And let's test our brake. So parking brake is released. We're holding the brake manually, checking for the ground handlers, and we'll increase throttle to just ground idle. Wait for the RPM to catch up. And we'll release the brake. The aircraft should start to roll and brake. Tested, go back to ground idle. And parking brake set. So that's it, that's the before taxi checks done. We now can dispense with the manual. We can dispense now with the manual checklist, and we can go to the checklist we have in here. So that's before taxi, fire detector, test, observed, check. Actually, we've done this one already. So we can actually call for taxi clearance. But let's just double check. Let's just double check. So we did this, we did the fire extinguishers, we did the gear handle, we did the stall warning, we did the gen ties, we did center vault, we did the bus sense, we did the triple fed vault, we did the pneumatic pressure, the temperature mode, the duct temperature, we did the electric heater, we did the cabin master, we did the cabin accessories, the gyro, the AC inverters, the AC bus, we did the weather radar, we did the avionics master, we did flight instruments, we did audio and radios, we did flight controls and anti-states, instrument flags, exterior lights, and we tested the brakes. So yeah, so now we're at before takeoff, so we can call for taxi clearance. Let's contact ground. Press
Ground GBELV 174 IFR to Shannon, ready to copy.
GBELV 174 is cleared to Shannon Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 34 climb and maintain 10,000 feet. Departure frequency is 125.075 squawk 2244.
2244. Let's double check because it's given us a different departure runway to the 80s. Today, let's ask them to say that one more time.
Ground GBELV 174. I didn't copy that. Say again, please.
GBELV 174 is cleared to Shannon Airport as filed.
Yeah.
Takeoff runway 34 climb and maintain 10,000 feet. Departure frequency is 125.075 squawk 2244.
125.05 squawk 244. 125.05 Okay, got that. Thank you very much.
GBELV 174 cleared to Shannon Airport as filed. Takeoff runway tree 4 climb and maintain 10,000 feet. Departure on 125.075, squawk 2244.
GBELV 174, read that correct. Contact
Okay.
ground on 121.9. Good day.
Ground on 121.9. Okay. And that's going to be for our taxi clearance. So let's first of all set our cleared altitude. 10,000 feet. We're going to, when we do our pre-takeoff, we'll put nav on, and we'll also put on altitude hold. So we're going to just move away from the ground handler so we can do our run up and turn on our weather radar. So park rate release. I don't like the power cart there, so I don't want to rotate to the right, so I'm going to rotate left and just swing the wing past it straight away rather than having to rotate all the way around past the ground handlers and the power cart. So let's move to ground idle, wait for the RPM and the engine torque to build up, release the brakes slowly. So yeah, it's that forward momentum that I'm conscious of, so let's just check. Clear. And really, are we going to decapitate the ground handler? Yeah, see that? Decapitated. But I didn't want that to go through. Oh, there's one more ground handler that I can see. And then they clip, but I didn't want it to go through the power cart, because we can imagine that they will have moved and ducked. The power cart isn't moving. Okay, so now let's clear this guy also on the, let's point the nose away from this guy on our left. Okay, and now we can set the parking brake and we can call for taxi clearance.
Ground GBELV 174 with Foxtrot ready to taxi IFR.
GBELV 174 taxi 2 and hold short of runway tree 4 via taxiway Foxtrot cross runway 20 Delta. Contact tower on 120.6 when ready.
Get them to say that one more. So that's hold short of runway 34. And it's cross Foxtrot, runway, cross runway 20 Delta.
Taxi 2 and hold short runway tree for using taxiway Foxtrot cross runway 20 Delta GBELV 174.
Okay. So let's move away from them so that we can do our run up. Release the parking brake. See how quickly it builds up speed if you're not careful. do a right turn. Onto the taxiway. Okay. Just want to have a look at these runway and taxiway markings, make sure. Okay, so that is runway 34, as I thought. So, let's follow the taxiway. See the windsock, confirming that we will be taking off into a headwind. Again, just make sure we don't pick up too much speed. So we're going to turn right onto the taxiway. See if we can squeeze behind this giant. Is it a 787? No. Is it a Airbus? This will be crossing runway 20 Delta. Double check. It really gets up a rate of knots. Be really careful that we don't overspeed. Okay, just check. There's no traffic in the pattern before we cross. Although we were cleared, still need to make sure. Yep, this is runway 20, crossing at Delta. And this brings us to runway 34, and we will hold short here. We can actually hold short at the next one. This is the hold short for crossing 20. And apply the brakes. There you go. Don't cross it. There we go. Right on it. Parking brakes set. That's a low ground idle. Okay, so now nose wheel is centered. Parking brakes are set. Electric trim, actuate, done. Electrics in cycle, done. And you can see the annunciator responding. So check. Trim wheel. Come on, stop it. Okay, your damper engage. Check. Rudder beast cycle. This is the annunciator doing illuminating and extinguishing. Check. Heading bug, 30 degrees left. Done. Autopilot engage. Done. Heading mode. Engaged. Observe the yoke. Banks left. Observe the bank on flight director. Heading bird right. 30 degrees. Check. Observe the yoke bank right. Observe the flight director. Engine anti-ice is coming on. Anti-ice actuators are at main. Engine anti-ice. Check that one more time. There you go. Actuators have come on. Let's disengage. Autopilot. Power levers are idle. Auto ignition can arm. We're going to fix the trim wheel, which, as I said, has moved as soon as the autopilot came on. We're going to take it out of heading mode, put it into nav mode, and we're going to also put climb so that it picks up the altitude. Mode, auto ignition is armed and illuminated. Power level up above 17%. We watch the left and right auto ignition and actuators extinguish. Power levers can come back to ground idle, and anti-ice and actuators illuminate. Auto ignition can come off. Prop governor test, so let's move it to gov, let's hold it, let's move the throttle up above 1600 RPM for the props, and the governor should hold them at 1600, and they do. Release above 1600, throttle back to ground idle. I'm going to do both engines at the same time because I can't do them independently without messing around. Prop levers to full forward, they are. I can't mess around with them independently with the controller. The danger is we end up triggering the condition levers. Okay. Which needs to go to full idle at some point. So, auto feathers test. Auto feather enunciators. Extinguish. Okay. Electric heat off. Gen loads checked. 35%. Battery amps charging. Exterior lights we can set for takeoff. So landing lights, we put the ice lights on. We can now put the strobe on. Ice protection. So we're going to do the prop, fuel vents, keto, stall warning. Auto ignition we're going to arm. Auto feather we will now arm, take it out of test. Engine anti-ice is on. Transponder we can now set to out. Weather radar can now come on. We'll set the range. Propeller levers are full forward. Condition levers are going to go to high idle. We're not going to do it with the controller just in case. Annunciators we're going to test. And then the parking brake we can release once we get clearance. And at this point I'm just going to reset some graphics levels. I'm starting to pick up some stutters. Okay. That's as much tweaking as we can do pre-takeoff. We just have to accept it for what it is. Just wait for take VR mode. Okay. Without a system restart, it is what it is. Okay, so our takeoff checklist, power levers to take off, AF excellent annunciators, we'll observe alive, coming alive, we'll check our ITT, make sure it doesn't go above 820, we'll pitch for 10 degrees at VR, then at the landing gear, up the taxi lights. Okay, so flight director is armed, nav mode is armed, altitude is set to our clearance altitude. We are ready to go. So let's get our
Tower
takeoff clearance.
GBELV 174 at runway tree for ready for departure IFR to Shannon.
GBELV 174 altimeter tree 0.04 wind tree 27 at 11. Cleared for takeoff runway tree 4.
Yes, that's clear. Still getting stutters. I'm going to try and fix this before we leave the ground.
Cleared for takeoff runway tree for GBELV 174.
Something, so locking out controls. Okay. Parking brake set. One last attempt to fix these stutters. So, parking brake release. Make sure the mouse isn't on something. Flaps to take off. Release the brakes. Throttle coming forward to take off. Airspeed alive. Tracking the runway center line. V1. Rotate 10 degrees, pitch up. Positive rate of climb. Gear up, 120 knots. Flaps up. Bank left to stay on the departure profile. AFX is illuminated. ITT is below 800.
GBELV 174 contact Gander Center on 125.075. Good day.
Acknowledge the handoff.
125.075 for GBELV 174. Gander Center GBELV 174 is at 2,000 feet, climbing 10,000 feet.
GBELV 174 Gander Center altimeter 30.04. Continue to Yankee Yankee Tango as planned.
Okay. Passing 3,000 feet. Can reduce power a little bit for the climb. Somehow still haven't fixed the stuttering. Engage autopilot. Complete the checklist. Landing gear is up. Landing lights can come. Takeoff lights come off. Altimeter is set. Autopilot's engaged. Flaps up. Cabin pressure is climbing. Power levers check, ITT check, propeller levers, settings for 1600 RPM. Go to about 80-85%. Engine instruments all in the green. Exterior lights as required. We can bring on the windshield anti-ice and keep an eye on the pressurization through the climb. Cabin temperature 21 degrees, so we're all good now. Still getting those heavy stutters, so I'll probably end the recording here so it doesn't impact on the flight, and we'll see if we can get the recording fixed for the last hop from Shannon into the UK. Okay, we just passed over a weather cell below us.
Shamrock 133 climb and maintain flight level
Obviously, since we
380.
passed over it. Come on, give me. Just drag it up a bit. Won't let me move it. Okay, let's try it with mouse. Mouse is probably still interfering. Okay, so we're currently at flight level 330. We are on our North Atlantic track, heading for a let me just double check. I don't want to misspeak. So let me just go back to our flight plan.
Shamrock 133 climb and maintain flight level 380.
Okay, just had to get my controller on. So yeah, we are at flight level 330 and we're going to be taking an Arabi 2 Echo approach into Shannon International Island, and we are 152 miles out of Dogal, which will then be our penultimate fix before we turn onto track of 095 for the next 35 nautical miles, which will then take us into our Arabi 2 Echo approach into Shannon. So possibly another, let's see, what time is it now? It's 16:46 UTC, and we are estimating our arrival, wrong page, we're estimating our arrival at 14:24 local,
Shamrock 133 climb and maintain flight level
which is going to
380.
be about 18:24 UTC. So we have about another hour, 19 minutes of the flight to go. We are currently 4 hours, 48 minutes into the flight from our entry into the North Atlantic track at Nisco, which was about 40 minutes out of our departure from St. John International in Canada. So this by far is going to be the longest flight we've done so far in the Black Square analog King Air Beechcraft 350. Just taking a look over at our 230, you can see an aircraft that's at a flight level much higher than us, heading west on their own North Atlantic trip. But yet we just passed over. If I look back over my shoulder, you'll see below us there's a significant build-up cloud below us, but it's full of rain, potentially lightning. Okay, there another aircraft at our 130 high. It's going to be a commercial jet at the rate of knots it is passing us. It's probably at a flight level of like 450, 470, something like that. If not higher, might be 480. We're travelling at probably something like 240. Let's have a look. We're doing 260 knots, true airspeed, about 308 knots across the ground. We've got a 48 knot tailwind coming out of 246 at 50 knots. So yeah, so checking through the cabin to make sure that everything is looking good. Fuel is balanced. We've got a little bit more fuel, do we, in our port tank, the left hand side, or is it just because maybe it's just that the oscillation of the needle is out of sync left to right, and they might actually be quite balanced. But fuel is balanced, so that looks good. Ice protection is all on as expected. Auto ignition is armed, going to keep it armed at this altitude. Engine anti-ice is on as well. Annunciators, the annunciator board is entirely clear other than the left engine anti-ice and the right being on as expected.
Shamrock 101 Lufthansa 412
Driver is
climb
in
and
the
maintain
green.
flight level
Massive
390.
suction is in the green as well, and oxygen pressure is in the green too.
Climb
Generator
and
loads
maintain
left
flight
and
level
right are
390
still nice
Lufthansa
and
412.
stable at about 40%. Battery amps center at 28. Sorry, volts at 28 amps are positive, and the bus hertz is still at 400, still showing 120 volts. If you check the left generator, 28
Turkish
volts.
81 descend and maintain
Right
flight level
generator,
360.
28. Triple fed valve, just a little bit lower.
Shamrock 137 climb
Battery.
and maintain flight level 380.
So everything looking good.
Shamrock 101 descend and maintain flight level 340.
All engine gauges are in the green. ITT is about 650. We're at about 40% torque on the engine. Propeller
Shamrock
is
137
about
climb and maintain flight level 380.
1,006, just about 1,580 revolutions per minute. NG around 80%.
Shamrock 101
Fuel looking
descend
good.
and maintain
Oil
flight
pressures
level
and temperatures are
340.
all in the green. Cabin pressure is nice and stable at around 9,500 feet in the cabin. Cabin temperature is at
Shamrock
10.3
137 climb
centigrade.
and maintain flight level 380.
So everything is nice and cozy
Turkish
back there.
81 descend and maintain flight level 360.
Outside air temperature at this altitude is minus 55 degrees centigrade.
Shamrock 101 descend and maintain flight level 340.
Got another aircraft heading west at 1 o'clock.
Descend and maintain flight level 340 Shamrock 101. Turkish 81 descend and maintain flight level 360.
So like I said, this will be our penultimate hop, hopefully, for this 2-week
Climb and maintain flight level 360 Turkish 81.
section of the HSO 1954 season schedule. Last weekend was the race of Buenos Aires. We flew out from
Shamrock
Milan
137 climb
through
and
the
maintain flight level
UK, through the Faroe
380.
Islands, through Iceland, through Greenland, through Canada. Got down to North Carolina before all of the technical issues that I was experiencing, whether that was losing radio comms on the last 2 legs, or it was miscalculating when it came to how to put the flight plan into SimBrief and get the most efficient
Shamrock
flights
107
rather than
descend
the
and maintain
fastest.
flight level 350.
Meant that we were doing 3 to 4 hour hops, way too many hops, so had to admit defeat. It was the day of the race and we were only as far as, you can see all of these contrails up here. Sorry to interrupt myself. We've got 1, 2, 3, so we've got 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11:30, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock now, and just over our shoulder, 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock. All of those are other aircraft that are currently online at the moment, crossing the Atlantic. But yeah, so had to see defeat that we weren't going to be able to do all of the flights to be able to get down to Buenos Aires in time to then also register for the race, having done some warm-up laps and practice and stuff.
Shamrock 107
So
descent
had
and
to,
maintain flight level 350.
I say abandon, but leave the King Air in North Carolina, let the Beechcraft engineers and technicians look her over, and then take a commercial flight in this role play down to Buenos Aires in time for the race. However, this return journey has worked out much better, figured out how to use SimBrief much better to get the maximum range plan rather than the maximum cruise, which I'd misinterpreted the maximum cruise. So these legs have all been about 5 hours, 6 hours. This one is a 7 hour plus hop. So what it meant was, instead of doing a reciprocal journey back to the UK for the Castle Combe round, which means we'd have to fly to Bristol, and originally I had anticipated that, or envisaged I should say, that it would be back up the eastern seaboard of the US, back into Canada, back into Greenland, back through Iceland, back through the Faroe Islands, down into the UK. Based on the excellent
climb and maintain flight level 350 Shamrock 107.
Fuel consumption that we were getting up here in the much higher flight levels of the 320s, 330s, sorry, 310s, 330s, with the tailwinds that we had going east, meant that we could extend the range. The aircraft should do 1,800, I think, and 6 from the manual miles, but that's all based on, you know, test pilot, factory pilot, stripped out everything. It's the empty, so it's going to be best performance. We're fully loaded every flight, 3,611 pounds of fuel, about 411 pounds payload. We've got myself and 2 passengers. And so we're really pushing the absolute envelope, and yet still, with the winds aloft, as we just had a look at our tailwind, at one point on one of the legs we had a tailwind of 70 plus knots. I think it was 76 knots. It meant that even though I had already determined that we could do longer legs, and so should probably be able to get back in less flights, same time, still going to take us like the 21 hours that it would take. It meant that instead of what I had originally planned, which would be get up to Canada and then maybe look to see if we could forego landing in Greenland and fly straight from Canada into Iceland, maybe overflying Greenland for safety, instead was actually able to be a little bit more confident, thinking, you know what, we know how to get the fuel planning done. We've got 30 or 35 minutes of contingency fuel. We could instead forego overflying Greenland and Iceland and the Faroe Islands. I just take the North Atlantic track. I had thought that I might go Canada, Iceland, and then Iceland directly into the UK by way of the Faroe Islands, but not having to land. But the North Atlantic track was just perfect, just straight across the North Atlantic, into Ireland, and then it means that it's a 1.5 hour, maybe 90-minute flight from Ireland to Bristol. We'll easily be able to finish this flight today. Today is Saturday I want to say it's Saturday the 15th. Let me double check the date. It's the 16th of April. And let me double check this. Making updates here. No, correct. So it's Saturday the 16th of April. The race is tomorrow, the 17th. But it means that we will easily be able to get into Shannon on the 16th, can overnight, and then in the morning can do it's Sunday the 16th, that's why I'm confused, ignore me, it's Sunday the 16th. So we can get into Shannon tonight. We could potentially do the 90-minute trip to Bristol tonight, so we're there in the morning, or just do the flight tomorrow, Monday evening, which then gives us all of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to do the pre-qual. Even Saturday, we've got all Saturday then to do the pre-qual ahead of the race on Sunday. It's a 10-lap sprint race, Castle Combe. It's the kind of round where everyone in the series gets somewhat excited, because instead of a 90-minute, 2-hour, 24-minute race, it's a 10-lap sprint. Strategy and stuff pretty much goes out the window. It's just, yeah, everyone's nice and safe and respectful, but it's because it's a 10-lap sprint race, it's an event where the organisers allow drivers to participate in each of the classes. So instead of all 4 or 3 even classes being on track at the same time, they're done by class. So 1500 litre, 1.5 litre I should say, category, the 2 litres, and then 3 litre pluses. Ooh, a bit of wind shear there. That was quite dramatic. Just checking the airplane, everything. Yes, autopilot's engaged. Level flight, wings level.
And maintain flight level 400.
Okay. Yeah. So instead of them being in one race, a multi-class event, it's single categories, which means that all of the drivers who have registered a car, a car number, I should say, that is applicable to more than one car in more than one category. Someone might have a 3 litre car and a 2 litre car, or a 3 litre car and a 1.5 litre car. They get to race both of those cars because they're in separate races. And even for drivers like myself that only have one car, for any of the cars that haven't been registered and claimed by a driver, if they're spare, we could, for this race weekend, elect to request one of those cars and again drive in more than one race. Myself, I like to just focus on the 2 litre Maserati that I've been focusing on all year. So in the 1953 series through to the 54, I'm going to race the same car in 55 and 56. It doesn't matter what tracks are on the schedule, I don't care. I just want to get more and more comfortable and more familiar with the car. So it'd be really good. So it'll be nice to be able, traffic 11 o'clock heading west above us, it'll be good this time to be able to focus on the practice and not worry about trying to rush and get in the flight. I set myself this somewhat interesting challenge, flying from each event to the next, so knitting together my 2 loves when it comes to simulations, sim racing and flight simulators, knitting them all together. So what I'm possibly going to do as well, see if I can record my race as well, so that not only will I have this sequence of flights recorded, I'll also have the races. I haven't done any up until now because I didn't have the GPU headroom, even though I had a 3080, RTX GeForce 3080, because I've got the Pimax 8K X, it just, yeah, it was eating up all the video RAM. So now I've got a 4090. I didn't think it would fit into my case, so I was quite shocked that it fit into my case. 1130 high, just through the hazy clouds. I think I can make out another contrail. I think that's another plane in trail on the same track as the plane that's now at our 9:30 o'clock. Yeah, so hopefully I can intertwine and pull together like the entire season of flights and races, even if it's into like a montage. So a complete and utter like role playing, and it gives a bit of purpose as well to the simming. So instead of just jumping on and just turning laps at any random track, but without having to sign up to like a rigorous schedule for like an iRacing 13-week or 12-week schedule, or a LFM 12-week schedule, the HSO schedule is bi-weekly. It's 6 races every quarter. It's nice and sedate, fits in with me, means I have enough time in between the races to then do something else, which is this flight simming, or what else, Star Citizen, if I can get into Star Citizen, since 3.18 hasn't been great for me, but it means that I can knit the two of them together. The 4090, which again, like I said, I didn't think would fit into my chassis, means that I can actually now enjoy this module. It also means that I can now think about getting back into DCS, because again, I should have more GPU headroom and allow me to, in between the races, get up to speed in the other modules I've not yet touched. So I've spent most of my time now in the F-18. Before that it was the F-14. I've got modules I haven't even flown. So I've got the UH-1 Huey, which I have flown, but I've got now the Gazelle. I haven't flown a second in that. I've got the Heinz, the Mi-24. I've flown maybe 30 minutes, an hour in that, and I say flown. I've managed to get 20 miles before losing control of it in a bank, and I've got the Razban AV8B. I haven't flown a minute in it, because when I sat in the cockpit in my Pimax 5K Plus and looked around, I couldn't make out any of the dials and stuff. I didn't have the resolution, hence wanting the 8K. But then with the 8K, it was just chugging. There wasn't enough system resource. Now I feel that I can go back, look around, and hopefully it'll be nice and clear like this is right now. I can see everything in here. I can read all of the labels down there on all of the switches. Hopefully it will be the same when I get back into DCS, and again I can put that in between the races as well. So that should be me nice and set. The only thing I don't have is a solid internet connection, so at the moment what I'm doing like right now, I'm connected via 5G router instead, rather than my broadband connection, because that's just so unstable. So I probably can't stream live, so what I'll end up doing is a lot more of this, more recording it, doing the post-production, turning it into a video, I say post-production, editing, and then just uploading it. I might upload some as premieres or scheduled streams on Twitch, but there'll definitely be a lag. They'll probably be way after the season's finished, and possibly no one else is watching this. It'll just be my own video diary to look back on, for times when I just want to sit back and reminisce. But anyway, enough of me rambling. Nothing on the weather radar. All this time that we've been talking, I've still been trying to maintain a situational awareness for other traffic that's out here. There's no radar service, or very limited, out here over the North Atlantic, so we're all in contact with oceanic control, and we're with Shanwick at the moment. And when I first started flight simming seriously and was on VATSIM, had to get used to understanding the and again another bit of wind shear turbulence. We just dropped 200 feet, just dropped. So yeah, and that was the case of learning the importance of being able to report your estimated arrival en route time for each of the reporting points on the North Atlantic track. But back then I would have been doing it in a Boeing 767. This is a completely different experience doing it in a turboprop. I actually prefer it. It's nicer. It feels feels more rewarding, more satisfying. It was one of the reasons I wanted to go for the black square analog King Air. When I first saw the Caravan, and this, I was like, yes, that will be much better for VR. Because before getting this 4090, even with the 8KX reading, the screens was still difficult. Can't wait to see what the screens look like in DCS now, because even doing this, getting this close, they were never as crystal clear as they look right now. They're just amazingly clear. So I went with analog, so that it would be easier to read, but also I wanted to get into analog. Traffic, 12 o'clock, crossing our path left to right. It's above us though, so it should be good. ATC still might call out a conflict, so just get ready to report that we've seen them. But yeah, I want to improve my proficiency. I've said it before.
Seabird 189er climb and maintain flight level 400.
I want to become a much more proficient virtual aviator. Hence my goal of getting my P1 PPL on vaccine. I'm currently, I think, number 100 in the waiting list. I started at number 147 about 7 or 8 months ago. Maybe more, maybe 9.
Climb and maintain flight level 400.
They did say that the waiting list would take at least 6 months minimum, potentially a year to get through. So it should give me plenty of time to keep going through all of the theory. I've done the theory content now 2 or 3 times. I'm on my 3rd read through of the Skyway code.
GBELV 174 traffic is 2 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 360 generic.
Yep, I saw them.
Report them in sight. United 951 traffic is 3 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 325 Beechcraft King Air. Report them in sight.
We're not
GBELV 174 have the traffic.
United 951 have the traffic.
But yeah, that little interchange is what should happen, or I would always want to happen. Even though ATC is managing separation, it is still pilot and command's responsibility to be keeping an eye out for other traffic and maintaining separation. ATC is not ultimately responsible for avoiding conflicts. They're not up here, they have no control over the aircraft, they can only give instructions. So yeah, so as I'm here waffling on to you, I'm minded and mindful, maintaining a scan of the horizon,
Speedbird 189er climb and maintain
but
flight level
also
400.
at the same time scanning instruments. And that's why I love, at the moment I love this Pimax
Climb and maintain flight level
for
400
its field of
Speedbird
view,
189er.
because I can, just like I would be able to in real life, I can scan with my eyeballs in a pattern without having to move my head about up and down. Traffic, 3 o'clock. I think it's heading left to right above us, and it's heading west. No chance of a conflict for us. So at the same time I can be scanning the horizon, and out of the peripheral vision still see the 6 stack of gauges I need to be mindful of. So airspeed, the ADI, HSI, my altimeter, vertical speed, but then also the engine gauges here, just keeping an eye out on the inlet turbine temperatures, torque, the propeller RPMs, the engine, NG, and our fuel flow, and not to mention, importantly, our oil pressure and temperature gauges. And then over here on the co-pilot side, we've got our pneumatic pressure, our gyro pressure, and the oxygen pressure bottom right that you can just about see. Just beyond the yoke. And then down here, just by the condition levers, you'll see this gauge every so often attenuate left and right, and that's just when it's taking amp, or there's load on
Speedbird
the amp.
189er climb and maintain flight level 400.
Keep the propellers, that's a propeller anti-ice. So you'll see a big flick every so often down to 0 as it stops heating, stops drawing power. And then up here we've got our generator loads left and right, and our battery amps and volts, and then our bus frequency and volts. And everything is looking good at the moment. Let's check our fuel. We have about 225 gallons on board. We should have about 2
GBELV
hours.
174 contact Shannon Center on 127.5. Good day.
127.5.
Going to 127.5 GBELV 174.
Contact Shannon Center.
Shannon Center, GBELV 174 flight level tree 0.
GBELV 174 Shannon Center. Continue to unbag as planned.
30 miles to our next waypoint. We're not going to unbeg as planned, so we have changed our flight plan because unbeg wasn't part.
American 735 descend and maintain flight level tree 60.
Wasn't viable for this AIRAC cycle. So it was when I did the initial flight plan yesterday or the day before. However, this morning it's not. But the plan that's in Microsoft Flight Simulator still says that we will be going to unbeg. We're not going to unbeg now. We're going to
descend and
Arabi
maintain flight level
on a
tree
2
60.
Echo arrival. So let's check the weather at Shannon. So currently they have winds coming from 190 at 811 knots. Local time 1700 UTC is when this METAR was released. Visibility is currently at least 10,000 meters. There are a few clouds at 2,600 feet, scattered clouds at 4,000 feet, and then broken clouds above that at 7,000 feet. Temperatures 19 degrees centigrade, dew point 11 degrees Celsius, not centigrade, Celsius. Altimeter is 1021 hectopascals. Okay, we just got overtaken by, again assuming that's a commercial jet. Obviously couldn't see that coming, but ATC didn't call it out. So they are probably on the exact same track that we are on. I think we might be just right of track, and they're probably bang on it, and they're probably at flight level 360. So let's see frequencies. 80s, we're well out of range for 80s, so I'm not going to
Speedbird
put that on
178
there.
descend and maintain flight level tree 60.
We're going to be going in for ILS 06 now, I think. Let me just have a look back. We were originally planning,
And maintain flight level tree 80.
just looking at my
Speedbird 178
briefing.
descend and maintain flight level tree 60.
We were originally intending to have a arrival for ILS 24. That's what the UMBEG arrival was going to be for. But winds have shifted, so what did it say winds were? 110? Were they?
Lufthansa 40.
190.
Speedbird 178 descend and maintain flight level tree 60.
So because winds are 190, that's interesting. So winds are 190. We were going to take runway 24. However, the AirX cycle is saying that arrivals needed to be for
and maintain flight level
a
tree
06
80.
ILS approach. Which makes sense,
Climb
I
and maintain
suppose.
flight level tree 80 Lufthansa 404.
That's more of a headwind. So yeah, so we're going to put ILS frequency into standby. So don't forget when we actually do get to the approach point. Airport elevation is 46 feet. We have to remember that when it comes to setting the cabin altitude at the top of the descent as well. This left-hand traffic pattern, if we cancel IFR and go into a VFR approach, which is unlikely, I don't think we'll be doing that. Currently have a 29 knot tailwind. Wind speed is 55 knots. It's coming from 218. So from our 5 o'clock. We have a ground speed of 293 knots. We're coming up on our next waypoint. Going to turn right to a course of 114, traffic coming towards us at our 11 o'clock above us. So they will probably be flight level 370. Tailwind component is now 16 knots. It's dropping because we are now turning into more of a headwind. Okay, traffic is going to pass us close by the looks of it. So let's see if ATC calls it out as a conflict. Don't see anything else. I think our turn introduced a bit more separation anyway. They haven't called it out now. It's unlikely they're going to. Look at the level of detail and attention to detail in this module though. Now that the sun is coming from that direction, You can see all the fingerprint smears on the weather radar screen. Okay, tailwind now is only about 11 knots. Our ground speed 275. I think it's falling as well, so no more 40 knot plus tailwinds ushering us on our way. We still should have like 2 hours 43 fuel in reserve when we get to Shannon. We've got 3 hours 26 worth of endurance based on the current fuel that we have on board. So we have about 40 minutes of endurance once we arrive. Well, actually, beyond. We've got 2 hours 42 in reserve once we arrive at Shannon. We still then have enough fuel on board in reserve in the event. From this point on, we had to...
Lufthansa 404 contact Shanwick Center on 123.905. Good day.
select our alternate destination, which is the Azores.
Going to 123.905 Lufthansa 404. American 107 descend and maintain flight level 360.
Whilst I'm sat here, I'm thinking this will probably be the last, I'm going to call it long haul. It's not really long haul.
American 107 descend and maintain flight level 360.
Itinerary where we've got this many miles and hours we need to bag to get from one event to the next few races, I think, on the calendar are all in Europe or there or thereabouts. Means that once we've done that initial flight to get us where we need to be, or might do it the day before the race, means we can spend the other days either getting back up to speed in DCS or going back through the Flight Sim Academy content, going back through the VFR content, so again I can build up some muscle memory, and now that I should have much better performance and the visual quality can be a bit higher as well, I can probably appreciate the scenery better and possibly spot the visual reference points better as well. But it will also allow me to put into practice the theory elements from the VATSIM PPL content as well, so that I'm just like learning to drive, continually doing the lessons rather than just flying where I want to fly, how I want to fly. And although it's not necessary,
American 107 descend and maintain flight level 360.
It's a personal goal I've set. So what I'll probably do then is, now that I can, is record each of those flights as well, and hopefully I can then upload those as another playlist. For now, I think I'm going to
American 107 descend and maintain flight level 360.
read through the approach plates, make sure that I'm comfortable with the approach, and also just read through some more of the manuals. I've got them on electronic kneeboard, so like the TDS, GTN XI, 750, so it can become again more intuitively proficient with that. I saw a contract there. It is
American 107
10 o'clock.
descend and maintain flight level tree 60.
Also go back through the King Air manual, make sure that I can instinctively recognize my V speeds, and also again how to manage the aircraft systems. There's a lot, everything that is in the aircraft, avionics, electronics, pneumatic,
American
hydraulic,
107 descend and maintain flight level tree
mechanical
60.
is simulated in this, so I don't have failures turned on, but I want to be able to turn those on and still be able to recognize them, go through the abnormal checklist and manage the aircraft. We've had the pilot side circuit breakers pop a couple of times on the last few flights, and that was, I know why, but that was because the control would flick it a little bit into that
American 107 descend and maintain
knocked
flight
the
level
right
tree 60.
condition lever into low idle midway through the engine start procedures, which then did something, and I don't know what it was, but I need to figure out what it was. I want to be able to understand what happened that caused the overhead pedestal light fuse to pop and the right cabin temperature fuse
Shannon
to pop
Center,
as well.
Speedbird 9er flight level tree 50. Speedbird 9er Shannon Center, continue to Tooker as planned.
And then I've still got my PA-28 Warrior 2 manual. I want to read through that again because that's the aircraft that I need to get the most miles in, and in VFR conditions and IFR conditions, because that's the aircraft I'll be doing my that's in PLP, well, P1 PPL
Speedbird 20 tree climb and
practical
maintain flight level
lessons in.
400.
So yeah, so I might sign off now and come back to you at the top of the descent. From here on in, you might see me looking down into the footwell, and that's because I'll be reading off the kneeboard, so I might cut that out of the FOD, otherwise you'll just have a view of the footwell.
American 107 descend and maintain flight level tree 60. American 107 descend and maintain flight level tree 60. Speedbird 20 tree climb and maintain flight level 400. Speedbird 20 tree climb and maintain flight level 400. Climb and maintain flight level 400, Speedbird 20 tree. Virgin 11 climb and maintain flight level 400. 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 Climb and maintain flight level 400, Virgin 11. GBELV 17 for contact Shannon Center on 131.15. Good day.
One tree 1.15 for GBELV 174. Shannon Center, GBELV 174 flight level tree 0.
GBELV 174 Shannon Center, continue to unbag as planned.
Okay, since ATC is continuing to give us clearance to our original waypoint of Unbeg rather than Irabi, we're going to put Unbeg back in and have put it back in, altered course on track to do a bit of a sidestep to the right, because you can't see it, but the Unbeg approach is more southerly than the Irabi approach. So put that back into the plan, taking Irabi out. However, we're still doing an Irabi arrival. We can take that out, actually. We don't still want an Irabi arrival. We're still going to have our approach for ILS 24. Let's see what arrivals. Let's have a look. So, taking out the Unbeg, and let's see which arrivals does it still give us. So we could still do an Irabi 2 Echo. I'm just looking closely. It was the Unbeg 2 Echo that we have to remove. I think the Unbeg 2 Echo, the Irabi 2 Echo will take us into Turdu. So let's see. This has us going into Direct. Let's look at the next. Okay, and that's either an Unbeg 3 Delta or an Irabi 3 Delta. We're going to go for that Unbeg 3 Delta if it's available. Let's have a look.
GBELV 174 descend and maintain flight level 210.
Okay, let's acknowledge the instruction.
Descend and maintain flight level 210 GBELV 174.
Put that autopilot into descent. Throttle back to flight idle so we don't overspeed the airframe. So what have we got? We've got an Unbeg 3 Alpha. Looking at the plate. Three Bravo, that's the departure, so no wonder it looks a bit weird. There we go, 3 Delta. we'll load that. We're going to be at flight level 080.
Flight level tree 60.
So we're in the descent, so let's put on the no smoking, fasten seatbelt sign. Let's go to our descent checklist. Power levers, that's the cruise, we've already done cruise for this descent. So pressurization, that's set to airfield elevation, and that was, let me just confirm, let's not.
Delta 4 descend and maintain flight level tree 60.
Yep, 46 feet. So
Delta 4 descend and maintain flight level tree 60.
So that's done.
Descend and maintain flight level tree 60 Delta 4.
So pressurization set, auto feather arm. Exterior lights, let's turn on the landing lights. Let's turn on beacon. Ice protection is all on. We'll break the ice on when we actually get to the approach, actually. Altimeters will set to local once we pass through the transition layer. So we'll do that on the approach checklist. We'll do it ahead of the approach actually, yeah, we'll do it ahead of the approach checklist when we get clearance below it. Let's have a look and see what the airfield, I think it was 1021, so we'll need to change this to hectopascals rather than inches of mercury. That's what? 1021. Okay, but we'll need to come back and check that again. We'll do that from memory. We can set, let's make sure we've got the correct runway localizer set. We had 06 set. Mouse isn't playing ball. Okay, done. Let's bring the throttles back up so we don't stall. Okay, so let's find INS 24 is 110.94. 95, we've got that set on standby. Let's check what the approach course is. Okay, so approach course for runway 24 is 237. set. Okay. Engine gauges, all looking good. T's and P's for oil, looking good. Vacuum and gyro and oxygen, all looking good. Generators, all looking good. Battery. Let's check battery. Look, center volts are looking good. Left gen, right gen, triple feed, battery, all looking good. Okay. It's 12 miles out. Come on back. So we are well and truly in our approach phase.
GBELV 174 descend and maintain 13,000 feet.
Is it flexing that? And that's now feet.
Descend and
so
maintain 13,000 feet, GBELV 174.
that's the descent, throttle back to flight idle. Let's just try that one more time. Autopilot. Descend. And it was 10:21. And I'll check it one more time just to make sure. Okay. Airport info. Meta. Yep, 10:21. Okay, let's see if we can pick up the 80s. So 130.95. Let's put it in on Combe 2.
Speedbird 179er climb and maintain flight level 400.
Let's see if we can pick that up when we get closer. Check our speed. Let's see what's going to be next up
Speedbird 179er
on our
climb and maintain
checklist.
flight level 400.
It's going to be exterior lights. Exterior lights are all set. Ice protection is as
Climb and
required.
maintain
Let's put
flight
on the
level
brake
400.
and
Speedbird
de-ice.
179er.
Cabin pressure is set. It's in descent. Flaps we will do. No smoking and fasten seat belts are on. And okay, decision altitude. Decision altitude is 215 feet. So let's put 220 over here. It's radar altitude 200, which is set already. So it's just flaps. We'll check that again when we do our landing checklist, or before landing. Coming up on our assigned altitude. 400 feet to go. traffic at our 9 o'clock high. Been head down for a bit, so I bring the line on ATC. Don't like that. Bring the throttle up. feet to our side altitude, expect another pull. We're going to have right-hand turns in the approach. Plenty of fuel on board in case there's any delay. Based on the METAR, we should be able to get below that cloud. I think it said it was at 4,000 feet overcast. And then about 1,000 something broken below it. So worst case, we'd be able to VFR the final approach if necessary. You can see runway is at our 2 o'clock. Approximately 12 miles.
Jet 8640 descend and maintain flight level 340.
Okay. Prop levers are going to go to full forward.
Jet 8640 descend and maintain flight level 340.
Let's have a look. So we're going to go landing gear down, exterior lights they're already done, ice protection's already done, engine anti-ice is on, prop sync is going to come, it's already off, cabin altitude is descending nicely. So it's just landing gear.
Jet 8640 descend and maintain flight level 340.
We need to be down at flight level 088, so that's 8,800 feet in about 12 miles time. So we should be getting a call, and then it's going to be down to 6,000 feet, and then 3,000 feet ahead of final approach.
GBELV 174 descend and maintain 7,000 feet.
That's the call. So
Descend
aviate.
and maintain 7,000 feet, GBELV
So
174.
navigate, aviate, navigate, communicate. Throttle's coming back, flight idle for the descent. Our next call will take us down.
GBELV 174
Here we go.
contact Shannon approach on 121.4. Good day.
121.4. Acknowledge the call.
121.4 for GBELV 174.
And then check in. So Shannon approach.
Shannon approach GBELV 174 is at 11,200 feet, descending 7,000 feet.
They will give us a descent clearance down to about
GBELV
3,000 feet.
174 Shannon approach altimeter 30.14. Continue to ECNIS as planned.
30.14. Okay, so they are staying in inches mercury, so let's change it. We're just 1 inch, well, less than an inch out, but let's set it. There you go. So we're approaching 7,000 feet. We're descending through 8,000. Runway is on our right. Start leveling off. we're going to get a call to descend below 3,000 feet soon, at which point we'll go to approach speed, we'll drop flaps. We are 7,100 feet, so any second now we'll get a call. We're about 8 miles out of our next turn, when we should be down at 6,000 feet. Then it'll be right-hand turns to intercept final approach. We'll bring live the nav 2. We can do that now. Let's put nav 2 to 11095. And there you go, it comes live. Set the course 237. Now we have that to use as a reference for the glide slope and the localizer. 2 miles out of our turn. We're 1,000 feet higher than we'd want to be, so ATC should be calling us any time now.
LV
There we go.
174, you are 16 miles northeast. Descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Keep speed not above 210 knots. Expect VOR DME runway 24 approach via direct transition. Clear to derag.
And for descent, acknowledge our clearance.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet.
Throttle
Keep speed
back.
not above 210 knots. Expect VOR DME runway 24 approach via derag transition. Clear to derag Gbelv 174.
We are heading to derag. It's about 6 miles. Throttle back to flight idle. When we get down at 3,000 feet, we trim for no more than 210 knots. 3 miles to the turn. Runway should be on our right. Speed falling as we descend through 3,300. It's our turn to intercept. Down at 210 knots. We'll keep the throttle where it is until we drop down to 106 knots, at which point we can deploy flaps. So our maximum flap extended speed. We're turning onto our final approach course. What a beautiful view. We're down at 170 knots. Bring throttle forward just a little bit to help the engine out, help the airplane out, and trimming to maintain the speed. We are rolling out on 237 flaps to approach. Let the speed descend. I think I just made out the runway lights up ahead, but that could be placebo. 3 miles. One minute. Yeah, can make out the runway ahead. So we're going to disengage autopilot. I have the aircraft.
GBELV 174, you are 13 miles northeast of Shannon. Contact Shannon Tower on 118.7 when inbound on the approach.
1187. Let's acknowledge the call.
Tower on 118.7 GBELV 174.
We'll call them now because we are on the approach.
Shannon Tower GBELV 17411 miles northeast
Got off
inbound
to
for
idle.
DME runway 24 approach.
GBELV 174 Shannon Tower. Altimeter 30.15, wind 143 at 10.
And go to
Cleared the DME
15.
runway 24 approach.
Confirm and acknowledge our clearance.
Cleared VOR DME runway 24 approach GBELV 174.
We'll turn off the altitude warning. Let the airspeed continue to fall. Localizer alive. We're just below the glide slope, so we'll continue at this altitude until it falls. We're going to track left to intercept localizer. Glide slope is alive. Landing gear. We're above that speed to drop that, so throttles all the way back. We go to approach landing flaps. We can now gear down. 115 knots. Master caution, that's warning us that we don't have reverse thrust yet. Okay, we are still below glide slope, so let's throttle up. We're still left of the localizer due to the wind, so let's put our nose into the wind. Shallow out our descent somewhat. We can do it visual from here. But let's use the needles. Make sure we don't breach any noise abatement profile. Even though this is the final approach path. Okay, localizer is moving to the right, just what we want. Glide slope is coming down to meet us. Release some of the back pressure.
GBELV 174 wind 143 at 10. Cleared to land runway 24.
Acknowledge the call.
Cleared to land runway 24 GBELV 174.
We are on the localizer. Still just slightly below the glide slope. There's the outer marker. Okay, you can see the PAPI. You can now follow the PAPI in to maintain our 3 degrees descent. Throttle coming back. Wind's blowing us left. Left rudder, compensate. Going to be a crosswind landing. Slightly above glide slope, but we can see on the PAPI that we're on 3-degree descent. Throttle's coming back. Back on the glide slope. Bit low, throttle's coming forward. The wind is really playing up with us. A bit left, localizer, a bit more left rudder. You can see that, okay, we're back on Pappy, so let's visual from here. Back on the throttle. Bit low. That's the middle marker. Oh, wind shifted on us. Bit low, but we're fine. Some more left rudder. More left rudder. And straighten up. Touchdown. And we will throttle back to reverse thrust.
GBELV 174 exit runway when able.
And we are here, Shannon.
GBELV 174 contact ground on
Exit
121.8.
left. And then we will contact ground once we're clear of the runway. So that's 121.8
for GBELV 174.
I can't steer and put
Shannon Airport information Golf.
the mouse or the cursor on the comms. It stops the rest of the throttle input, so we will just press taxi to parking.
GBELV
Flaps can
174
come
taxi
up.
to general aviation parking via taxiway.
We will, why does it say again? You got it. We don't need you to say it again.
GBELV 174 acknowledge last transmission.
It says say again. I've got no option to acknowledge. So let's just say again. See if it,
GBELV
close it.
174 taxi to general
Open it
aviation
again.
parking using taxiway.
no, it still says acknowledge. So let's park, let's put the brakes on here. Let's see if we can get this window to give us the option to acknowledge. No. Let's see what happens.
GBELV 174 acknowledge last transmission.
I'd love to acknowledge it. So let's just see if we guess if it's option 2. No. Let's see if we tune in on COM 2. No. Just say again.
GBELV 174 taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway.
So it won't let us acknowledge. ATC is broken.
GBELV 174 ATC services terminated.
Well,
Good day.
thank you, but you can't blame me. I tried to respond, but you wouldn't let me. Okay, so let's bring up our post-landing checklist. So we've landed. Engine anti-ice, you can turn that off. Auto ignition can come off. Exterior lights, we don't need the landing lights, we'll put the taxi lights on, we can turn off the ice lights. We'll need the nav lights on, but we don't need the recognition lights. We don't need the strobe. Excuse me. Ice protection, pitot can come off. Windshield ice can come off. Crop anti-ice can come off, as can fuel vents. Cabin pressure checked. It is at airfield elevation. Weather radar, let's put it to standby. First of all, let's check to see if we've got any faults. Engine conditions, 98% on the left, 96% on the right. We have no active faults. Okay, so we can now weather radar to standby. We're safe to head in to general aviation parking, so let's bring up the map. Okay. We'll take taxiway left. Cabin lights can come on. Another plane on final approach. We'll go taxiway right. Conditional levers we're going to put to low idle so they don't try to overspeed us whilst taxiing. There we go. Excuse me. Much better rate of taxiing, not going at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Just keeping an eye out for any other traffic maneuvering on the apron. aircraft taxiing. That might be the one that just landed. Okay, just double checked flaps. They're still at takeoff, they're now up. Just check in, make sure there's no other traffic. Excuse me. Okay, now it's at low idle, but it takes a little bit more to get going. And parking brake set. And let's just check our time. It is 18:30. We were in at okay, so let's get onto my log. Okay, in 18:30, on 18:20. Flight time was actually 7 hours 10. We have 133 gallons still on board, so we are well within endurance. Let's get our flight log. Excuse me. Check that one more time. So remember, we have 132.3 gallons on board. Okay, make note of that. So let's now do our shutdown. Parking brake is set, auto feather is off. Exterior lights, we can take off the floodlight, we can take off the nav lights, we can take off the taxi light. We'll leave the beacon on until we have shut down the engines. Oxygen handle, passenger oxygen is off. Emergency lights, we'll put it on, we don't need it at the moment, but it's going to get a little darker in here. Avionics master we will leave for now, otherwise we can't finish the checklist. AC inverters can go to off. Cabin master can come off. Cabin lights, we'll take them off, and accessories off. No smoking. Fasten seatbelt sign can come off. It's more about seatbelts. There's no smoking on this plane. And vent blower can go to low. It's still at low. Temperature mode is now going to go to off. Bleed air valves can come to environ off. Aft blower is off. Electric heater is going to off. Inlet turbine temperatures are stable. Power levels can come up to flight idle. To burn off any fuel that is left in the system when we bring the condition levers to cut off. Just check. RPMs dropping nicely. Left is off, right is off. Propeller levers can now come to feather. Gang bar is going to go down. Lighting master is going to go to off. It's off already. Parking brake is going to stay set. Emergency lights are going to come off. We are done. And then before we do the gang bar, we're going to turn off the avionics, and that is the end of the flight. That was a really good one.